Tha, Vanakkam, Ayubovan, Assalamu alaikum. யாழ்ப்பாண பல்கலைக்கழக சர்வதேச ஆய்வரங்கின் ஒரு பகுதியாக யாழ் பல்கலைக்கழக கலைப்பீடத்தினால் நடந்தேறிக் கொண்டிருக்கும் மானுடம் ஆராய்ச்சி மாநாடு 2022ற்கு உங்கள் அனைவரையும் வரவேற்பதில் மிக்க மகிழ்ச்சி. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening and a warm welcome to the inaugural session of the Maanudam Research Conference 2022 organized by the Faculty of Arts, University of Jaffna in association with the Jaffna University International Research Conference 2022. This satellite conference will revisit, reflect upon and even celebrate the 100 years history of the tertiary level humanities and social sciences education on our island. The theme of the conference is 100 years of humanities and social science education, trajectories, continuities and discontinuities. Academics, scholars and researchers from both Sri Lanka and abroad will gather today and tomorrow at the University of Jaffna to discuss around this theme and to discuss other issues and questions they are interested in. On that note, I'm very honored and extremely happy to welcome you all to the very first research conference hosted by the Faculty of Arts, University of Jaffna. We all know that every special occasion is graced by the auspicious tradition of lighting the oil lamp, for light symbolizes wisdom and joy. So may I kindly invite our Vice Chancellor, Professor Sivakolandu Sri Satkunaraja, to inaugurate the event by lighting the oil lamp. I also invite Professor K. Sudhakar, Dean, Faculty of Arts. We also have with us our keynote speaker, Professor Sujit Sivasundaram from the University of Cambridge, Dr. Sanathanan, Convener, Maanudam Research Conference 2022, Anusha Sivaneshwaran, Deputy Registrar, Faculty of Arts. would like to render a special thanks to the students and staff of the Drama and Theatre Unit for your wonderful folk music performance. Now, I may kindly request the guests to take their seats on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to listen to the welcome remarks. So I would like to call upon Dr. T. Sanathanan, the convener of the Maanudam conference, to welcome the gathering.
Vanakkam. Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Jaffna, Dean, Faculty of Arts, Deans of the other faculties, former Vice Chancellors, respected Council members, professors, lecturers, students, and all our other guests. It's given me an immense pleasure in welcoming all of you who present here physically as well as virtually to the Faculty of Arts Maanudam Research Conference 2022 under the spur of Jaffna University International Research Conference, JUICE. The centenary of humanities and social science education in Sri Lankan public university system that fell in 2021 and the golden jubilee of the foundation of the Faculty of Arts, previously known as Faculty of Humanities at the University of Jaffna, which we are anticipating to celebrate in 2024, urge us to organize this year's conference around the theme of 100 years of humanities and social science education, trajectories, continuities, and discontinuities. In the last 100 years, humanities and social science education at Sri Lankan universities has been fashioned by a range of discourses and practices as various as questions related to national identity and the employability of the graduates, debates around knowledge-based education and skill-based education, and conversations about national needs and international expectations. As many of us feel, our understanding of and response to the causes and effects of the post-pandemic social and political realities and the situation caused by the present economic recessions are inevitably linked to the success and the failures of Sri Lankan education system in general and its higher education sector in particular. Hence, revisiting the idea of university education from the multiple angle is crucial in finding alternatives. Against this background, this conference is more than an annual academic ritual. It has great relevance to the present historical moment. As we all aware, this conference is happening in a war-like situation in Sri Lanka. Our mandate life, including our academic activities, are affected due to the many social, political, and economic uncertainties that we are faced with today. This period reminds us of an unusual condition that prevails in Jaffna during the Civil War. Our current predicament bring to my memory a popular slogan among the students' organization in Jaffna in late 1980s when I was a student. Struggle for education and education for struggle. போராடுவதற்காக கற்போம், கற்பதற்காக போராடுவோம். The slogan consistently and memorably explains why we cannot and should not disassociate our education and educational process from the larger struggle for justice, equality, and liberation. We hope that the exchanges that take place in this conference will contribute to the understanding of education as both a means and an end to the struggle that can emancipate humanity from the clutches of oppression and exploitation. With that note, I would like to welcome our Vice Chancellor, Professor S. Sivasaturaja, Deans Professor K. Sudhakar, and all invited guests to this conference. It is a great joy to welcome our keynote speakers, the first Dean of the Faculty of Humanities, University of Jaffna, and the most respected teacher and the historian, Professor Indra Bala, and the eminent historian and the Cambridge University Professor Sujit Sivasundaram. We consider both of your presence at this conference as a great honor. I also welcome our panelists of this special session from the University of Colombo, University of Peradeniya, University of Kelaniya, University of Visual and Performing Arts, and Open University of Sri Lanka. I would heartily welcome our former Vice Chancellors, former Deans, respected Council members, Deans of our other faculties, Registrar, Bursar, and Deputy Registrars, professors, lecturers, researchers, donors, as well-wishers, and students to this conference. I am sure this conference will bring you a real experience of learning. I welcome you all once again to the Maanudam Research Conference 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for giving such a warm welcoming note. And a special thanks to you for all the efforts you have put day in and day out to make this conference a success story. We all know that leadership means the ability to transform vision into reality. This Maanudam vision couldn't have been a reality without the hard work of our Dean, Faculty of Arts, Professor K. Sudhakar. So now it is my honor to welcome him on the stage to address the gathering.
Our respected Vice Chancellor of the University of Jaffna, Professor S. Sivasaturaja, our distinguished keynote speakers, Dr. K. Indra Bala, former Professor of History and first Dean of the Faculty of Arts, and Professor Sujit Sivasundaram, University Cambridge, UK, Dr. C. Sanadanan, convener of Maanudam 2022 Research Conference, Dr. M. Thiruvarangan, Chief Editor, Mrs. Abhirami Rajkumar, Conference Secretary, and our former Vice Chancellors, members of the Council, Registrar of the University, Bursar of the University, Dean of the Faculties, Deputy Registrar of the Faculty of Arts, Organizing Committee of the Conference, our panelists, and our academic administrative participants from the university community, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. As a Dean and Conference Chair, on behalf of the Faculty of Arts at the University of Jaffna, I am delighted to welcome all the distinguished and learned participants to the Maanudam 22 Research Conference on the 100 Years of Humanities and Social Science Education as a satellite conference on the Jaffna University International Research Conference 2022. Even though the academic department of the Faculty of Arts have hosted research conference on several occasions, the Maanudam is the first faculty level conference of the Faculty of Arts. After about 5 decades of the journey of the Faculty of Arts, we cross another milestone today. The beginning of modern higher education in Ceylon commenced in 1870 with the establishment of the Ceylon Medical School. The origin of the modern university system in Sri Lanka date back to 1921 when the Ceylon University College was established and was affiliated with the University of London. The college provides courses of study in arts and humanities and prepared undergraduates for examination at the University of London. In 1942, the first university established in the country was the University of Ceylon, which had several island-wide campuses. In 1974, the Jaffna campus was added to the University Sri Lanka. And humanities and social science education have been started since 1974 and 75 respectively. As Sri Lanka celebrated 100 years of humanities and social sciences education in the last year, we, the University of Jaffna, are being geared up to commemorate Golden Jubilee after a couple of years. Therefore, this conference is the appropriate platform at the right time to review the annals of 100 years of humanities and social science education, focusing on trajectories, continuities, and discontinuities. The humanities and social science study human behavior and interaction in social, cultural, environmental, economic, and political contexts. The humanities and social sciences have a historical and contemporary focus from personal to global context and consider challenges for the future. Through studying humanities and social sciences, students will develop the ability to question, think critically, solve problems, communicate effectively, make decisions, and adapt to change. They are thinking about and responding to issues require understanding the key historical, geographical, political, economic, and social factors involved and how these different factors interrelated. Faculty of Arts, University of Jaffna, has long been well established as one of the most famous higher education institutions, continuously producing knowledge, conducting quality research, and delivering academic services to significant stakeholders and society. 17 departments offer general and honors degree in 22 disciplines under BA, BFA, and LLB degrees. The graduates have made an excellent reputation for being part of the development with positive impact on society, holding firmly to the commitment of moral and institutional values of fairness and justice. However, humanities and social science education in Sri Lanka has undergone many changes and challenges over the past several years. Mainly, there is criticism about the deterioration in quality and lowering standard regarding teaching and research outputs. Most humanities and social science disciplines have been exiled into lower strata of academic hierarchy by the educational decision makers, political leaders, and general public. As we are in the capitalist world order, universities need to empower their students with the necessary skill to survive in the market economy. However, this does not mean that the university should change their trajectory and abandon their essential role. The universities should continue to create space for free thinking, provide platform for dissenting voices, and establish and uphold criticism as the way to finding alternatives. The primary focus should continue to produce intellectuals who can think critically and aim at changing society rather than making skilled workers who can only perform a predefined role assigned to them by the system. We believe this conference become an effective platform for exchanging about thoughts among the faculty members and research scholars from various universities. I hope to hold such conference to contribute our best to improve teaching and learning in the fields of humanities and social sciences. Most of the conference in Sri Lanka are knowledge production, not a strictly intellectual concern. Colleagues in a faculty can present papers based on their research interest that would also help in the scheme of internal promotion. But we need to fulfill both intellectual and practical needs by making conference more focused, smaller, and with a group of interested scholars. I hope our specialized theme panels closely stick with our conference theme, where discussion will be more focused and robust. Finally, I thank all members of the organizing committee for this relevant and important conference. I commend them for leading the drive toward this conference. Thanks again to all our faculty members, sponsors, distinguished participants, and all who have contributed papers to this conference. I wish all of us happy deliberation at Maanudam 2022. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your valuable insights, sir. We are immensely delighted to have our Vice Chancellor amidst us today. He encourages all of us to take our roles at the university seriously and reminds us repeatedly of our responsibilities to the larger community. We are indeed honored to have him on the stage here as our chief guest. Now, may I kindly invite him to share his thoughts and reflections with our audience this evening.
பூத்தவளே புவனம் 14 பூத்தவண்ணம் காத்தவளே பின் கறந்தவளே கரை கண்டனுக்கு மூத்தவளே என்றும் மூவா முகுந்தற்கிடையவளே மாத்தவளே உன்னை அன்றி மற்றோர் சமயம் வந்திப்பதே. So we are in a beautiful planet. Earth is so blessed. I'm a mathematician. I know 4.5 billion years ago, this universe originated from a single, they call it Big Bang, but it is we call singularity. Since that time, everything came out. Would you believe it or not? The first thing came out is the sky, the space. And then subsequently, air, fire, water, matter, then life. So in this planet Earth, also 4.5 billion years old. Now the sciences, material science, or the sciences contributing to the archaeology, anthropology, humanities in a great deal. Because now we have developed tools. So being a mathematician, we also develop a language for science. That is mathematics. In Cambridge, the Sujit come from, where the maths honors degree is a BA degree. It's not BSc. So the language, so how many language we develop as a human beings? Numerous. So when you come to the word trajectories, continuities, discontinuities, we define these things as a mathematician. I don't think you are using it. I don't know whether you define this. In a dynamical system, we have this. So everything originates from a source. Today, we have a turbo start in the Maanudam conference, the faculty at the 47th year. It's a turbo start. You know the F1 formula race. You know how this Mansell and these people start their race. Boom, boom. So you see our drama and theater artists came and gave a welcome. The invocation is very nice. Very nice. It touched our heart. So what are the human beings? Okay, humanities, in my perception. There are so many living beings in this earth. So many. Evolved. The origin of life is explained, partially explained. It's still going on. From Darwin theory to everything. Survival of the fittest. So, but again, when Darwin published this in the centenary year of the Entomology Society, he had two daughters. The fittest daughter died for no reason, and the prone to illness daughter, the weak daughter, survived. Then his theory itself didn't work in the home. So we propose theories. The subject is a relative truth. The whole human endeavor is about searching for absolute truth. The definition for absolute truth, people may call it different names. The saints call it by different names. Parameshwara, Ishvara, Maheshwara, these are controllers, supreme, and all these kind of things. So this church is there. That is coming to humanities faculties. Because eventually where we are evolving, Lord Krishna says, this center is a Jaffna, is well known for education and culture, customs, language. Is still, now people say the Tamil language, one of the oldest language ever exists, survived. And now in a pure form is preserved in Jaffna, not anywhere else. The pure form, the pronunciation, writings and things. We are very proud of our Tamil department. Today we are sitting in the auditorium, Kailasabari auditorium. The first president of this university is a Tamil professor. So that kind of, he was a one well-known. He only lived up to 44 years, but he had a big impact on the entire Tamil culture and the revolutionary ideas he brought in. And his daughter is now in Colombo University in the HRM, Human Resource Management, Pavitra, the professor. Today we are human beings, we are individuals. I am an individual. I am evolving. I am evolving. I have a family, I have colleagues, I have friends, I have teachers. One day I was in a womb, it's like a one-cell embryo. Now I am a complex entity. I am 62 years old. So much of accumulations. So that gave me the physical body in some sense. So I have a physical existence. It's supported by so many people. From kindergarten to everywhere. Then I have an intellectual existence. I accumulated knowledge. Cognitive development, we call it. So infinitely many people contributed it, not only the physical face-to-face contribution. Now face-to-face became a one word. Then we have virtual. Similarly, we had books, scriptures, revealed scriptures, all gave us input. So I assimilated knowledge. Then, being an intellectual being, I am an emotional being. That's what the dance gave me another dimension in my life. When I get bored, I switch my music on. Or when my son got angry, he sit on the piano and play, piece, so I can understand what's going on in his head. We have emotional existence. So many people contributed. That's also coming to humanities faculty. Not the engineers and, they may develop the instruments. They develop a good sound system. Now this event today is a showcase event for University of Jaffna. We are very proud of arts faculty, the way they organize the event. Because when you give a responsibility to the right people, competent people, I know one of the gems we have, Sanathan and Thiruvarangan and this team, they have been underutilized in some sense. But given the opportunity, they brought people from all over the world. How? We are individuals, I tell you. But we unite to achieve. Then we disperse again. So emeritus professors are here. Three of them are there. The parents are there. The Zoom is running. The VC media is working. So today the event is captured immediately. Then it will be in the virtual platform within no time. So this technology provides. So we have individual physical being. We have an intellectual being. Cognitive knowledge, cognitive domain is there. Emotional domain is there. Then I am a social being. So this institution is funded by public. The abuse of public fund create a problem to Sri Lanka. Abuse of money, abuse of finance create a problem. So today public money, how much? Even in this worst scenario, even last week my bursar is here. We dispersed a check for 3 billion. No, 300 million. No, 300 million, 3,000 lakhs. Despite all these problems. So we are accountable. So what is our business in the university? It's a knowledge center. It is a research center. It is a cultural center. So it's all become science now. Political science, linguistics become science, everything becomes science, social science, even the humanities evolving as a science. What's the definition for science? I was a science dean earlier. So science is organized form of knowledge. So that's what our people are digging now and trying to organize these components into different disciplines, different perspectives. That's what they say, trajectories. It's evolving, we have to shape it. So how this happened? we have a social being, then the Father is here. Now Christian civilization is there, Hindu civilization is there, Islamic civilization. We had a department, then Muslim people got out of this place and we had to reorganize, reset again. So we have a universal being. I don't know. In the Gita, the first instruction for me to read is, never was there a time when you did not exist or shall cease to be in the future. So I am always exist. So I may leave my body, but I evolve by my destiny. I can't be ignorant on that. So this is another warning. Another people are shouting about this. Another set of people. So we have a physical being, social being, emotional being, then I am a universal being. My existence now in this planet. Then there will be another planet. I may take a different form. So I had a church for truth. That's what most of the saints says. Knowledge, wise people says, your thirst for knowledge is innate. Big saint in Jaffna said, Therada ulle. Look inside, inward. Buddha said, the solution is not outside, it is within you. Even the Words of Peace Master Prem Rawat says, whatever you are looking for, within you. So how we shape this knowledge? So not only we are making for human beings, we are not just making endeavors for eating, sleeping, mating and defending. That's what most of the science does. In my faculty, agriculture, engineering, make a comfortable living. So even the animal kingdom, you can see these things. But we have to go transcend this. To transcend this, that responsibility come into this faculty of arts. I read the book on Art of Living. There's a big society working in Jaffna, Valum Kalai. The saint Ravi Shankar, his name coined that, his propagation or his method of doing is called Art of Living. Even recently I read a book called Art of Dying, because we had to face it. How do you face it? Art of dying. So the arts is a big thing. Every aspect to be touched. But you can borrow, it's a multidisciplinary now. The dean, our Sudhakar always say, it's a multidisciplinary. Now we have to work with other people because we fed to science people. I know most of the arts faculty professors, daughters and sons are engineers and doctors. Because the man get attracted to woman because woman has something which we don't have. So arts professors, sons and daughters are moving to science. But if you ask Sujit, in England, most of the science people, sons and daughters are moving to social science. Because they think social science is the one really give you the harmonious feeling. Because this is what we say, as all the living beings, what we want, what is our desire? Our desire to be fulfilled, our desire to be happy, our desire to enjoy the joy. So it may come from literature, it may come from language, it may come from civilization. So we have to pick this. So it's a total responsibility. So what is all this about, this gathering? Because assimilation, this is a knowledge center. We have to make this conference, our university, just to take, HEI. HEI, I always say Himalayas. Ordinary people won't go there. Even we have a Peduru Gala or whatever the mountain, nobody there. Only monkeys are there. People sometimes go there and come. They don't live there. But there are people, HEI people, they come from higher terrain. But they also become ordinary nowadays. They come to fake publications and all sort of problems are there. They also want to live like they are worried about cars and Hondas and marbles and this and that and that. Yes, this is happening. But if you go to the top centers in the world, Newton, today I had a science orientation. I said, science student, one of the top scientists you ever recall in your school life, Sir Isaac Newton, he forgot to run the family. Pythagoras forgot to run the family. Socrates forgot to run the family. You understand? A lot of sacrifice. So, to support our existence, whatever the existence, that is physical existence, intellectual existence, social existence, emotional existence, universal existence, supporting our existence called dharma, and among the dharma, Vidya Dharma is the best. So Vidya Dharma is sustained in the university. Otherwise, in the newspaper, if you read, I get newspaper Sunday Times, Veeragesari, and Jaffna, we have 5 dailies coming. If you put it in my table, this size, in that time I could revise, I think my thesis come for evaluation are this size, PhD thesis. Weekend papers are this size. All sort of communications are going on. It's like an ocean of things are coming. So how do you shape it? The information highway is open. Everyone, you click something, it's a jungle of things come, ocean of things come. So it is our responsibility to give, in a nutshell, this is what. That's what the Tirukkural is famous. In a nutshell, he gave it. Still we are celebrating, 2000 years old or more, or some gospels. In a nutshell. In a nutshell. So this is, we all assembled today from higher terrain. People are coming from England, people are coming from Chicago, people are coming from Palangote, people are coming from Kelania, people are coming from Colombo, Kandy, right? We are intellectual beings. It's a diversity. There are a lot of things to be shared. Time run out. Pulling the wires. Okay, finally, you understand my spirit anyway. So, so it can go on like this. So, here, finally, as a Vice Chancellor, today University of Jaffna is glorified. The Jews conference is happening with the satellite conference, 12 conference. Already management one gone, science one Vinyanam gone, Siddha Vaidyam gone, it's a fourth one Maanudam, next one coming medical. So every faculty we are running, despite all this economic condition and everything. Because the human being has to evolve. Right? So this is Jaffna man thing. The Jews started 10 years ago. The satellites conference being now, we set into another umbrella domain. So all the faculties, even the Hindu studies, technology, new faculty technology, agriculture, engineering also want to do the first one. The big arrangements are going on, big teams are working on, because the conference bring people from Himalayas to Jaffna. It's a showcase events for Jaffna. And also VC Media capture everything and put it into the, this media space. So ladies and gentlemen, I really want to pay my, heartiest gratitude to the following people, because the assimilation of knowledge coming from hearing, then reading, knowing, then realizing. The 3 M's are important: master, material, and meditation, we call it. Satsangam, sadhana, and then the reading, the scriptures. So these are the important. Today, the proceeding will be ready. This all will be recording. So next part, the Sanathan and the editor team will take over. So in the meantime, we are going to hearing from the wise, the masters. That's the way the thing starts. So our young people, not only in the virtual domain, the technology is there. So many people in the future also going to dig these materials and see. So today they might be absent due to the petrol problem, This is a petrol only invented 100 years ago. So without that we can't live the 3,000 years history we have. So the petrol problem, diesel problem, and all dollar problem, America is only 300 years old. Right? Our king said 3,000 years. So anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I really want to thank not our local people. I will do in a dinner time or the gala blues function at the end of the Jewish satellite conferences. I want to thank Dr. Indrabala, sir. I only got his vision when I was young as an undergrad. He was used to come in a scooter and was a dean arts. And today he was in Australia. I never met him when I was visit. But I'm glad one of the top archaeologists and historian of the country today going to deliver the keynote address. And also I want to personally thank our Sujit Sivasundram, coming all the way from England. So many travel warnings. Don't go, don't go, don't go. That man loved Jaffna because in England he knows how the Jaffna people are shining there and work. And the top Jindan Ops man, Arul Kumar, and a celebrated personality in the Royal Society of Medicine. And those kind of people Jaffna produce. So I think, thank you Sujit for coming, and his father also being here today, I heard. Thank you, sir, for blessed grace in this occasion. And also our sessionary speakers, I wouldn't know their attachment, but still I want to recite my names. Professor Carmen Vigragamahe, thank you very much, sir. May I know where are you? Yeah, thank you, madam, for coming. And Professor Lianage Amarakiti, sir, thank you, sir, for coming. And we really want to greet you from our bottom of our heart. And also Sivamogan's Sumadi, she has been evaluated for us number of times. I always heard about, you were here in Jaffna, no? Earlier, right? So thank you. No, never been here. Sumadi, Sivamogan, thank you for coming from Peridenia. And the English, I know your credentials. And today's Mandilage, thank you, sir, for coming, and really we are happy to receive you. And Dr. Piriyanda Udagedara, thank you, sir. You are most welcome, and we want to listen to you tomorrow. I am devoting my time, although I have some function in my home. And also Karmegam Shanmugavel, sir. Karmo and Sanmur, sir, you are coming. Okay, thank you very much for coming. And also Raghuram and our Professor K. Karnatilaga, sir. So thank you, we'll listen to you because that's the way we assimilate our knowledge. And Dr. S.N. Morasis, sir, thank you. You are in a team, right? Oh, thank you. And other, our distinguished guests, I don't know whether I missed anybody. Other than that, Sudha, nobody. It's all covered. So thank you very much. So the Jaffna custom, we say Aibovan, Wanakam, and Assalamu Alaikum. Thank you very much.
You have shared some valuable insight. Thank you so much, sir, for your words of wisdom. The harder you work for something, the greater you will feel when you achieve it. Yes, we can see the radiance coming from the happiness on many of the faces around as they have finally made this day a reality. Next up is an important moment of the day. Yes, it's now time to release the conference proceedings. So may I cordially invite our Chief Editor, Dr. Thiruvarangan, to address the gathering and proceed with the launching of the Book of Abstracts.
Good evening, everybody. On behalf of the editorial team, I welcome all of you to the conference, First Maanudam Research Conference 2022. We sent out the call for papers for this conference at a time when the country was slowly recovering from a pandemic, while on the other hand, rapidly plunging into an unprecedented economic crisis. I think once again the pandemic is resurfacing, so don't know what's going to happen. Despite these developments, many scholars from and outside of Sri Lanka came forward to present their scholarship at the Maanudam conference. We are thankful to all of them for the eagerness and enthusiasm they showed in sharing their work with a wider audience. We received a total of 57 full papers for review, of which 3 were rejected at the desk review stage. Of the 54 papers sent for double-blind review, the editorial committee could not accept 12 papers based on reviews received from scholars with specialization in relevant fields. It is unfortunate that 2 authors had to withdraw their papers accepted for presentation. Many authors revised their papers based on the reviews they received. Finally, a total of 33 papers received in response to the call for papers will be presented at the conference. These papers focus on issues and topics as wide-ranging as education, ritual and performance, translation and language learning, legal reforms, livelihood and economic change, culture, international relations, literature, religion and philosophy, among others. As many of the papers we received did not necessarily align with the main theme of the conference committee came up with the idea of inviting papers from leading scholars in Sri Lanka who have done research on the social, economic, ideological and institutional dimensions of humanities and social sciences education in the country. As an outcome of this initiative, 15 invited papers will be presented at 4 special panels, including the plenary panel tomorrow. We are delighted to note that Maanudam Conference has been able to bring together many prominent academics and researchers based in and outside of Sri Lanka, including our 2 keynote speakers. I'm hopeful that the presentations and conversations that take place at this conference will help us apprise at least a few portions of the 100-year history of humanities and social science education in Sri Lanka and provide us some directions to envision the roles these disciplines will have to play in the future. While serving as editor of this conference during these unprecedented times, I was faced with some challenging, anxious moments. However, the editorial committee that I worked with made this task easier and pleasurable for the most part, and in the end, a most rewarding experience. I express my sincere thanks to Dr. Mrs. K. Karunanidhi and Dr. Navadarshini Karunaharan, who serve as associate editors of this conference, for their time, effort, and valuable insights. Without their contribution, the review process would not have been successful. I also thank our editorial assistants, Mrs. N. Selvambigai, Mr. T. Ajanda Kumar, Mrs. C. A. Hensman, Mr. S. S. M. Patabendige, Mr. S. Seranson, and Ms. Erandika De Silva for their meticulous editing of the abstracts. A special word of thanks goes to the reviewers who provided valuable feedback on the papers submitted for the conference. They generously accepted our invitation to serve as reviewers despite their busy schedule and the uncertainties caused by the economic crisis, and without expecting any financial rewards in return. I am deeply indebted to Mr. Ramanan of the Web and Publicity Committee of the conference, who helped the editorial committee immensely in processing and organizing the papers before and after they were reviewed. He was always available to support us whenever we were struggling to keep track of the papers and reviews. In revisiting my role as editor, I am contented to note that this conference has offered me an opportunity to work as a team with many inspiring scholars within and outside the University of Jaffna, including those who serve on the conference committee. I have learned once more about the importance of collective efforts to make academic spaces vibrant, resilient, and socially relevant during times of turmoil and great uncertainties. I express my sincere thanks to our keynote speakers, invited panelists, everybody who submitted papers, everyone who participated in the review process, and everyone who shouldered the editorial responsibilities. This conference is not possible without your imagination, intellect, hard work, and commitment. I wish all the participants and presenters a memorable, successful conference. I hope this conference will lead to new intellectual exchanges and collaborations that cut across disciplines, institutions, and territorial boundaries, and can contribute to meaningful emancipatory transformation within and outside the academia. Thank you.
Thank you for being here with us today, sir. Thank you. The climax of this evening are the two keynote speakers. We have two well-known scholars, Dr. Indrapala and Professor Sujit Sivasundaram, who are going to deliver their keynote addresses on two interesting and important topics. Now, I invite Mr. Lakshmanan Ramanan, Senior Lecturer attached to the Department of English Language Teaching, to introduce our first keynote speaker, Professor Sujit Sivasundaram. Over to you, sir.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to welcome and introduce Professor Sujit Sivasundaram. Sujit Sivasundaram is Professor of World Histories and Fellow in History at Gonville and Case College at the University of Cambridge. His work is in the field of world history, especially of the 18th and 19th centuries. His latest book is Waves Across the South, A New History of Revolution and Empire 2020, which won the British Academy's Book Prize for Global Cultural Understanding. He has also authored Islanded, Britain, Sri Lanka, and the Bounds of an Indian Ocean Colony 2013, and many other publications in the histories of ocean, environments, empires, cultural encounter, and race. He has served as a visiting professor at the École des Hautes Études en Sciences Sociales, EHESS Paris, and as a visiting senior research fellow at both the Asia Research Institute of the National University of Singapore and the University of Sydney. He was the Sackler-Caird Fellow 2015 to 17 at the National Maritime Museum, Greenwich. In 2022 to 23, he will be a visiting professor at the Karthik Hamburger Center for Global History at LMU, Germany. In 2012, he was awarded a Philip Leverhulme Prize for History, awarded to early career scholars in the UK for contribution to research. He gave the Royal Historic Society Prothero Lecture in 2019 and the University of Edinburgh's Fennell Lecture in 2018. He regularly speaks to public audiences and school audiences, and he has spoken, for instance, at the Hay Festival, the Jaipur Literary Festival, and the Cheltenham Festival. In 2022, he will be giving a lecture at the Royal Asiatic Society, London, and a Lady Margaret lecture at Christ's College, Cambridge. Welcome, sir, and over to you to take up.
Thank you very much for the very kind introduction, and it's an absolute honor to be here. Thank you to the Vice Chancellor, to the Dean, to the organizers who were up here a moment ago. It absolutely is an honor to be here at the University of Jaffna. So I will just, it's going to take a minute to get my slides up to get us started. And is there a thing to click as well, or you will control the slides? Oh, you can move it. Okay, fine. So it means a huge deal for me to be here at the University of Jaffna. Jaffna is a place that figured very much in my childhood, in imaginative terms, I should say, because my father grew up here in Ariale, and his family was based here. And it's interesting that you mentioned mathematics because, of course, my grandfather was a mathematician, and he published these school textbooks in mathematics, and he was a principal of Stanley College, which is now Kanagaratnam Mahavidyalayam, I think. And so in some ways, I unfortunately have given up on the mathematics now, so I will not say anything about mathematics. His name was Aramugam Somasundaram. Yeah, and so there is a math side in the family, but unfortunately I didn't follow in that. I, tried to use my calculator till some age, but then gave it up. But despite this family connection, Jaffna was really a place that was far away. It was not accessible. It was a place from where relatives came, and we had relatives who lived here who came as migrants and as displaced people, and of course, I have cousins all around the world as a result of that. So I really pay homage then to this institution, Jaffna University, that carried on through the Civil War, through many crises, including the crisis that we're living through now, and really to the courage of intellectuals and students at this university. And so this is just a very humble attempt to respond to that persistent commitment, that continuing commitment here at Jaffna University, to keep going in the midst of all the crises and to carry on studying and researching here in Jaffna. So this lecture also arises from really the view that the humanities and social sciences are vital to democracy and citizenship. I know we have some very inspiring scholars in the audience who very much see the link between their scholarship and a commitment to democracy and citizenship in Sri Lanka, and also to reconciliation and peacemaking. So really this lecture comes from those dual commitments, an attempt to kind of respond really to the way this university has kept going through so many different crises over such a long time, and also really the urgent need for us as scholars to carry on this commitment even today to democracy and citizenship. So we just move on to the next slide. Just move forward, yeah. Is there a clicker I could have or not? Okay, so it's impossible, of course, to begin a lecture like this without speaking of the protest movements that we have. This is my grandfather, actually. I just had a picture, but we'll move on to the next one. Thank you. It's impossible to begin a lecture like this without speaking of the protest movements that we have witnessed in the country in the last few months. For someone who grew up here in the 1980s, it's extraordinary to note the cross-ethnic and cross-class solidarity that there has been in these protests. So of course I have not been here, I have been watching the reporting of these protests in the West, in the UK, and so I speak very much not as someone who has been on the ground, but rather someone who has been observing the reporting of these protests in the West. And so I just want to make a few points really about the character of this reporting in the wider world of the events in Sri Lanka. So the first thing to say is that oftentimes the protests in Sri Lanka have come into the Western media around violence. So in a sense, the violence of the protest movement has been overplayed and overemphasized in Western media representations of the protest movement. So most recently, I mean, of course, it was not in the news for a long, long time. It was in the news when it began in the West. It wasn't in the news for a long time. And then more recently, it came into the news when, the buildings were occupied. And this made Sri Lanka newsworthy to the wider world. So there was a lot of commentary then and videos which went viral. And one of the videos which actually went viral most was of the people swimming in the swimming pool, which actually circulated all through the BBC and various Western media outlets, and this was one of the most watched videos of the protest in the West. And it was a thing that people would ask me about if I met them about the swimming pool episode, and this was a point of reference for the protest movement. So as I would then tell people who asked me about it, of course the protest was much wider than that. It was a non-violent movement, and it's a politically serious movement. It is not one which is about entertainment, which is the way this video was taken up. But of course, more fundamentally, what is striking about the way the protest movement has been covered in the West is that there is little recognition of the long-term context of Sri Lanka in the coverage in the West. So there is little mention of the civil war or human rights abuse of various kinds. The coverage focuses very narrowly and directly on the economic fallout caused by the pandemic and the misgovernance of the economy by the Rajapaksas. So it really is a sort of narrowing of the kind of media lens, and I know there are media studies scholars here, into this sort of very narrow kind of issue, which is an important issue, no doubt, and one we have to think about, but really not the long-term context. More broadly, I would argue that the protest movement becomes what I would call a cipher, like a kind of mirror almost, to the Western mind here. So you can actually sort of understand more about the Western mind through this coverage than really what is going on in Sri Lanka. So the questions that were asked by outside commentators were the following. Would Sri Lanka be the first of a sequence of developing world economies to fall? Was the Sri Lankan protest movement, which stormed the official buildings, like the storming of Capitol Hill in the US? So you can see the problematic kind of comparison there of what's going on in Sri Lanka with the illegal events in the US. Was the Sri Lankan crisis related to the Ukraine war? And so there might be a relationship, as we know, between the Ukraine war and the Sri Lankan crisis, but actually this is an overplaying really of a conflict in the global north, which one of the reasons why Sri Lanka has not been in the news in the West is because there's been blanket coverage of the Ukraine war. So you can actually say that here the Sri Lankan kind of news has to be made consistent with the kind of narrative of the Ukraine war. And really to go back to the video of the swimming pool, this is a question I was asked a lot. Does the Sri Lankan protest movement seem like a carnival? So, this sort of kind of comparison of the Sri Lankan protest movement to the carnival, which is a sort of urban kind of phenomenon in the West. So these modes of global contextualization mark for me a shallowness of knowledge, but also an attempt to place the crisis into the comfortable spaces of Western humanitarianism, liberal dislike of mass protests and disorder, and an unrelenting focus on what is clearly a dastardly war, a terrible war, but a war between white people in Ukraine. But perhaps the most acute instance, and maybe some of you have noticed this, where Western agendas and the Western mind overrode the coverage was when the Aragale was cast as a lesson in environmental politics. Sorry, we just need to pause for a minute, I think, but I do need the slide for this one. So there was this coverage of the Aragale, which made it a kind of lesson in environmental politics for the West. And this was especially evident in the Fox News coverage of the Aragalaya. Fox News is a US TV channel, as you know. And the headline, which you hopefully will see in a minute, said, "A Green Deal was the cause of the collapse of the economy." So in this narrative, we're going to get it up in a minute. Yeah, it's the third slide. Yeah, the news slide. Thank you. Go forward, yeah. So the entire country collapses because of a Green New Deal. This was and this actually, if we go on to the next slide, it actually entered very respectable newspapers in the West. The next slide here is the Telegraph, which of course is a right-wing newspaper in the UK. Eco-extremism has brought Sri Lanka to its knees. Now, what is going on with this coverage? Of course, there was this issue around fertilizer, but there is an anti-environmentalist sort of side to the media in the West. And so the idea here, which is sort of laughable at some level, is that the Rajapaksas are environmentalists, right? And they have created an environmentalist authoritarian state, and it has gone wrong. And so you need to be careful about environmentalism and popular environmentalism in the West, because if you kind of follow the environmentalists, then the economy will come crashing down. So that is the sort of, this was a sort of narrative which is not a marginal narrative. This is actually a mainstream narrative about how Sri Lanka is a lesson in bad environmental politics. But it actually then again highlights how certain commentators, and this is a kind of right-wing commentariat, could really take up Sri Lanka and cast it within a kind of story, a narrative which already exists. Another narrative which came up was that this is a lesson in woke ideology. Now, this is also a phrase, I don't know how many people would have heard it, but it's a phrase that's very prevalent now in the West as a way of branding any kind of activism. So, if there is activism around race and anti-racism, it's classed in the press as woke, which I think arose from music in particular, and black music. But the idea here is that, this is just people being too into their rights, too, not being happy enough, taking up issues which are not very significant. And so really it became then another demonstration of, so the Black Lives Matter movement is cast like this as woke ideology. So it became, comparable to woke ideology elsewhere in this coverage. So this lecture is not about the politics of contemporary Sri Lanka. It's about the distinctive environment of the island and how it has molded the course of the island's history. So we should leave the television screens of the West and go to the site of Golfrace Green. Now, I would argue that the protests became concentrated here. Why? The nerve center, because of the potential of this location, and here I kind of interpret this, I'd be interested to hear any comments on this, of this location to be a stage. So its stage-like character is linked to the manipulation of nature by other interests which rim this site. It's of course got the harbor close by, it's got the Chinese development project that's going on very close by, it's got luxury hotels that rim the site, it's got the old parliament, and of course the buildings which were occupied by the Aragalaya as well. And this stage-like dynamic of the site also became apparent in various viral videos which then spread, which actually showed the site from above. And this is again these sorts of images of the protesters moving, and these are still images, but you had those videos of the protesters moving, like the waves of the Indian Ocean behind them into the buildings. Now, the reason why I interpret this as stage-like is because, of course, I work on the 19th century and the 18th century, and this Golfrace Green was formally laid out by the British in the mid-19th century. It was laid out for horse riding, for golf, for cricket, and for rugby, but it was also a place where you went parading, meaning that it was a place that was highly militarized, so people were executed on Golfrace Green for military offenses. This was also a place where military music was played, and so this was a heavily sort of militarized site, in addition to being a heavily public site. So it's a contradictory kind of space, which has been militarized and which is also supposedly public, and that's the way we can approach it. And this is in keeping also with the earlier history of Golfrace Green, because this is an account from the Dutch period, that it gives them, the Dutch, a strategic line of fire for their cannon against the Portuguese. So if that is a sort of, early modern colonial and late modern colonial story where it's about militarism, it's about firing, it's about strategic sort of manipulation, really, as well as public access, but for certain categories of people, mostly in the high colonial period, white settlers who would, go and horse ride here. After independence, of course, we know also that there were these attempts to green the lawn of Goldface Green, and huge attempts to convert it into an iconic space of nationalism. National independence celebrations happen here, and of course it's very important to remember that the Civil War, the end was proclaimed in military terms on Goldface Green. So you could argue that it's due to the concentration of capital, long infrastructural intervention. So this lawn was in a marshy land. It was made flat. It's very flat now, but it was a kind of infrastructural project to make it flat. And the repeated attempts to stage politics, imperial and national, that I would argue make this really the perfect home for the protest movement. But additionally, you could argue that this is a site with a specific environment, right? So if you think about Colombo, Colombo is not a place where there is a significant natural harbor, but what happened through the long history of Colombo was that there was a series of settlements. It was originally a Muslim settlement, and that's very important to remember. Then it came under Portuguese power. The Portuguese built a trading post here in 1518. Then it came under the Dutch, 1656 to 1796, and then the British, 1796 to 1948. So we all know that there are all these sorts of layers of colonialism, but that's actually very unusual in the global south to have so many layers of colonialism, the Portuguese, the Dutch, and the British. But in addition to that, what each of these colonial powers are doing to Colombo is that they're engineering it. So it's not only multiply colonized, it's actually also multiply engineered, because this is a marshy tract of water, and so what you need is to kind of actually make it stable as a site where you can build a city. So of course the lake building this is a Dutch image that you can see of Colombo, a very different kind of Colombo to the one we know. And if we go forward one, again, thank you. Okay, maybe one more actually. No, maybe we missed one. Is there one before that? No. Okay, fine, maybe that's not there. Okay, so I mean, there are all of these images really which show the lake building. So what happened is that the Portuguese are building a lake, and the Beira Lake project is connected to this. The Dutch are building canals, and the British are building breakwaters and canals again. And the reason for this is because you have the Calonia River to the north, river overflow, flooding, monsoons, disease control. These have been really, really long-lasting environmental challenges in a low-lying city like this on the western coast of Colombo. So it's a whole series of accidents, really, that give rise to Colombo, and certainly the placement of interior kingdoms, but also the fact that these Europeans need a port on this side of the island, on the western side of the island, if they want to trade towards East Asia, but also later, if you are settling Australia, all the Australian settlers are going through Colombo, through the Suez Canal in this period. And so it becomes a place where you can change ship, where you can do transshipment, where you can do imperial trade. So it's actually a huge center of capitalism, is one point to make. It's also a huge center of infrastructural change. Over centuries, it has had major infrastructural projects being undertaken in Colombo. So if we look at the Chinese project now, if we look at this is the latest, really, of a long series of infrastructural projects to make this city habitable. This is a marshy territory, lots of water, and to make it habitable. And looking through time, what you see is that this infrastructural work requires labor. So that's the third point to make here. And of course, Colombo is built by a whole series of coarse laborers. Recent work, including by colleagues like Neera Wickramasinghe, has highlighted really the role of enslaved labor in working in the capital. Later, we have indentured workers passing through on these infrastructural projects, and the infrastructural projects like the breakwaters that the British build, they become a stopping site for the indentured workers. Then they would go on the railway lines that are built by the British as well, up to the highlands. You have convicts working on these infrastructural projects as well. And so this heavy work is often very segregated. So if you look at the breakwater projects that the British build, the tourists will come at one point, the laborers, indentured workers will come at another point. You know, it's actually very segregated. So, and maybe that's still going on right now with the Port City Development Project. So really the point I'm making is that this is not a natural city. This is a city which has been multiply engineered and made into a city, and that has required a great deal of labor, and that labor, in a sense, has given rise to resistance of various kinds through time in the city. And so one could actually think about the protest movement not as a flash in the pan, you know, not something like, oh, what's going on in the Western mind, but really something that's in keeping with this long history of work that's been necessary in Sri Lanka in the midst of these many waves of imperialism and nationalism and post-nationalism as well. So to return to the protests, it's certainly possible to argue for their origin in poor governance or in pandemic-influenced economic crisis, but here I want to dwell on the infrastructural work that has been central to the making of modern Sri Lanka. I argue that attending to the role of infrastructure and urban change in a site like Colombo gets us to how the island has been used by outsiders as well as insiders for unequal goals of political authoritarianism. So this political authoritarianism comes from a long imperial past, but is the template into which various infrastructural projects, including the Chinese project in Colombo, can be placed. If Colombo has been repeatedly engineered by outsiders for development, this carries on today, but beneath this story is one of hard labor, and that hard labor has given rise to resistance and organization, and at times it has flowed into the birth of new political sensibilities. These protests are not a flash in the pan, though of course the acute nature of the pandemic and recent governance has inflected what's happening here. Rather, these have long-term roots in how Sri Lanka has been a hub of global capitalism and a stage which has been engineered in all of these ways. So, but of course the protests, though cited in Colombo, was not only pushed by urbanites. People traveled to it from all around the country, and that's very important to keep in mind. And in developing this perspective on the city, I kind of have been thinking again about my previous work in Islanded. And Colombo did not figure very much in that previous book, Islanded. We can actually get the cover. Because that was on the interior kingdom of Kandy. And what I was interested in there was the late 18th century and the early 19th century period. I did attend to infrastructure quite a bit because I did a lot of work on the military road to Kandy and all the work that had to go in to building the Colombo to Kandy road and the forms of resistance and attack on road makers that generated. I suppose I was interested in how in Kandy there was a Buddhist ideal of rule. So if you think about the Perahara procession, and I know we have people working on dance here, it assembles people from all around the kingdom around the body of the king, and you have that, for instance, with a description of the Perahara at the time of Kirti Sri Rajasinghe. So it's a kind of Buddhist spatial and political imagination, which does not have necessarily rigid boundaries. It's not like the modern state in having a rigid boundary. Rather, you have the body of the king, and you have all kinds of symbolic kind of arrangements around the body of the king. And into that kind of order, you have this infrastructure and trade-dominated spatial order of the British state coming in. And so it's a contest between those two spatial orders. And in the British spatial order, you get segmentation, really, of people into spaces. You get segmentation of people into spaces, and as those people are placed into particular spaces which are bounded more rigidly, forms of work are extracted from them as well. So that's partly what I kind of called islanding in that previous book, a kind of narrowing of the existent pathways of the island. And here, though I wasn't working on the city, in some ways I'm thinking of this as sort of parallel. The whole island in Islanded, in the book, was being kind of made into this singular unit of imagination and governance. And as that happened, all kinds of identities were being hardened up as well, with the identification of religion, Buddhism, with the Sinhala language, and with ethnicity as well, Sinhalese-ness. And you get that in the press and the schools in the 1840s, which is where the book ended. So in relation to the category of the Malabar, which was the precursor to the category of Tamil, what I tried to do there was I tried to kind of show how Kandy was being cleansed, really, of Malabar people with the fall of the Kingdom of Kandy. And so you get the idea that Tamil people in Kandy actually belong in the mainland, and they have to be sent back to India when the Kingdom of Kandy falls. And that's because of this idea, really, that certain kinds of people belong in certain kinds of spaces with the rise of British authority. So what I'm trying to work out now is how one can think of a similar kind of dynamic in relation to the city of Colombo, and how it's actually layered even further in relation to the Portuguese and the Dutch, and maybe even the contemporary moment in relation to the Chinese and other geopolitical entities, as we see right now, so many geopolitical entities with an interest really in desiring the island and taking the island and making it a node in schemes of global capitalism and imperialism, and through projects of infrastructure oftentimes. So really what happens when you move from the inland kingdom to the shore to Colombo, and if you think about many outsiders rather than the British only. And also, I suppose what I'm trying to do is to actually think with the environment more fundamentally. You would have noticed a moment ago when I was speaking the kind of, the environmental politics of the West, and environmentalism as a popular movement is very apparent in the West. So what does it mean really to take the ground, take a site like Galfest Green as a particular ecology which has been militarized and changed and made public and not made public in various ways over the long time, and how do we generate a more environmentally attentive scholarship? So what I'm going to do now, can we just move on to, actually, no, let's skip that one. This is just an ethnological image, just show the kinds of ethnological work that's going on in that earlier period in terms of the classification of people of various genders and various ethnicities are kind of categorized in this physiognomic way. This is an image that I used in Islanded to highlight this, but you can see it in color here. This is the one I was looking for earlier. It got in the wrong place. So this is actually, the Dutch period, and you can see how much water work is going on. This is the coastline is out that way, and so this is, the Beira Lake area, and so you can actually see how much, water infrastructural work has to go on to make Colombo the place it is, because of this marshy terrain, which is not stable. And so it's a sort of ecological fact, which I'm actually quite interested in, and also it's one that we have to attend to if the weather keeps changing, the way it's changing right now. Okay, one forward again. Yeah, so this is where I want to be. So what I want to do very quickly, and let's look at the time, is I want to just kind of give you two case studies, really, of how I'm kind of thinking about this. And the case studies come from the period around 1900. And they actually illustrate this point that, Colombo has to be created as a stable site. And as it's created as a stable site through infrastructural work, then that requires hard labor. And that labor, in turn, starts to kind of conceive of itself in various new ways politically, and generates modes of resistance. So that's the kind of narrative that I'm kind of following, of infrastructural work tied to capitalism and empire, generating modes of political imagination. Thank you. So this is the Breakwater project. Now, I worked on this for a long while, actually, these images. They're from the University of Cambridge Library, and so they're quite close for me to look at, and I've run classes with these images for students and so on. But looking at the Chinese images, I kind of think, this is a bit like the same thing. It's not that dissimilar, right? And, it's a sort of mythic kind of imagination of calming the waters. And the whole idea of this project, this is in the 1880s, so, a southwest breakwater was constructed by 1885, followed by a further bout of infrastructural consolidation in the late 1890s and early 1900s. So what they're doing is they're trying to make a harbor, right? And the idea here is the steam line is expanding hugely. People are going to Australia, if you want to go around India, from Bombay to Calcutta, you have to go, past Sri Lanka and Colombo. if you want to go to China. So it becomes a stopping point. It's actually one of the busiest ports in the world in this period. It was only slightly behind Hong Kong. It's much further ahead in terms of the tonnage of shipping that's going through it than any South Asian port, which is extraordinary because people don't sometimes remember this. And it's basically a site of this global capitalism. And the city just expands hugely. So if we're thinking about Colombo and how it's changing so much right now, this is happening in this period as well, where it was radically changing in terms of all the middle-class people were moving away from the port because there was too much coal and too much noise, and you get new areas actually developing of Colombo, which are more leafy, and then you get much more unequal housing and difficult housing around the site of the port. So what I'm saying here is that basically this stuff is very hard to make because you've got to work underwater. So if you go to the next image. Actually, people are not very present in these images, which is really, really interesting. They're not very present in a lot of the kind of images that are circulating of Chinese infrastructural work as well, because people are very, very invisible. So you've got to look very carefully. But there are people there, and they're all standing to attention. And these are convicts who are being paid to work, and the work is very hard because they have to work underwater at the root of the breakwater to build these breakwaters, right? And so, got here, in the slack season, meaning when the monsoon was in force, 166 prisoners, I'm quoting from the archive, manufactured 6 blocks a day, whilst during the 12-hour system, 309 prisoners made 12 blocks a day. So then you get the monsoon coming. So you look at these images, there are no waves, and that's actually, again, something that's, not right, because, you get the monsoon, and then what happens? You get blocks of this breakwater being washed away, and then the work being really, really hard. And in addition to that, the waves are very, very high. They're much higher than people imagine. There's lots of measurement going on of the height of waves, and the height of waves is 12 feet to 15 feet. Now, the reason I mention that is because this is not the site, and I'm repeating again, of a natural harbor. This is a site where a harbor is being engineered for certain purposes of imperialism and capitalism. And so when you do that, then you're going to get waves, you're going to get the monsoon, you're going to get things washed away, right? It's going to be difficult. And then there are all these problems with sewage and, water, coastal erosion problems are already coming to attention in this era, circa 1900. Then, and this is like really interesting for us now, they're worried about epidemics and quarantine, because this is an era where you get the plague in India. And so basically what happens is that in addition to this is like a line of epidemic control. If you're coming from Bombay to this place, it's absolutely terrible because the whole ship will be quarantined, all the water has to be taken off, and everyone is examined, and there's detailed examination of women, for instance, recorded in the archive. Very thorough sort of medical examination going on, and also indentured workers will go through a different route up to the plantations from this breakwater, right? So really it's the point of control here over nature, which is difficult because you can't control totally. I mean, epidemics break out. In addition to that, what you get is fishermen being taken out. So what you've got to remember, I suppose, is that this coastline is a coastline where there's a lot of fishing going on, and the fishing communities will often come from India as well into this coastline. And so what happens then is the local fishermen are evacuated north to Mutwal, and there's a fisher harbor that's built in this period, especially for the fishermen. But as that happens, you get a kind of very interesting social history of petitioning, because what happens is that the fishing communities start being very annoyed and quite rightly upset at being dislocated from their traditional grounds, and they start petitioning. So we have an archive really of petitioning from these communities. And the idea is that the beach is demarcated, and here we get the idea once again of dividing people up and placing them in certain categories. The beach is divided according to place of worship, according to Hindu churches, Hindu temples, and also Muslim communities have different stretches of beach. So the beach is partitioned off in this way, but that doesn't work. And then you get the kind of thing which often happens along the beach. You get a great deal of resistance to the building of the railway line along this coast. And so in 1894, there were disturbances, and the word that's used, though we have to pause over it, is riot at St. John's Beach. And this is just a quotation from that. And here you have, the person laying down the sleepers for the railway, and then the fishermen coming in, and they're throwing, actually, I think they throw that, one fisherman throws his boat on the railway, and basically then the colonial officer, James Moran, is turned on, and that's the context for the so-called riot. But this is also kind of natural resistance, because what you're getting is really, if you're going to change a coastline like this, it's not going to work very effectively. And so huge problems arise at the mouth of the Kalania River, because it becomes very difficult for all the traders and the communities who've been doing trade down the river to carry on their work as normal. Now, into this context comes something which is really interesting, which is inter-ethnic contest. So really, as I come to this more troubling material, what's important to remember is that the way it arises is through colonial management, through infrastructural intervention, and through environmental change. And so if we go on to the next one, Thiru, thank you. This is a petition from 1912, and there are other petitions like this. And what this petition shows is that the petitioner is asking for the Tamil fishermen to be sent away. So please to consider the evil which has come upon them by the wrongful act of those Tamil fishermen. And since these people refuse to obey the order of government, your honor will be pleased to ask government to order that they be expelled totally from the district, as has been done in Negombo and Kalutara as well. And there are other petitions like this. And so what you get is a sort of anti-Tamil sentiment arising on this coastline out of this long history of intervention. So in summary then, the development of Colombo to service outside interests and high capitalist empire required different communities to use different bits of beach and for fishermen not to interfere with the arrival of steamships, but the speed of development did not allow for such clinical separation. Indeed, nature itself did not yield to this sort of scheming. Modes of attempted management allowed inter-community relations to turn into ethnic tussles. Meanwhile, acts of resistance on the part of fishermen arose at the beachfront, a theme which will be more apparent in the next case study. So I'll very quickly go on to the next one, and I'm actually going south to Velavata, which I know reasonably well. And this, of course, is the district which has been called Little Jaffna. And this is an area which expands in this period partly because Colombo is sort of growing so much around the time of the breakwaters. And so canals have already, of course, been built by the Dutch, but then a canal is built here by the British in the 1870s, and this is the Velavata Canal, which people might know if you've been to Velavata. It's at the north as well as the south of the district. And so what happens with this canal is that it's actually planned as a flood outlet because, as I said earlier, flooding is a huge problem in Colombo in the 19th century. Major floods occur in 1872, 1891, 1913. So, we don't have this at the moment, but actually, or very much, though there is flooding in various parts, but this is going to be something to really watch going forward as another kind of issue that may occur in a low-lying area. So the canal first doesn't work. When Laird builds the canal, this is the guy who builds the canal because actually he gets the measurements wrong. He imagines that the canal, I think it's still called Modela actually. So, the canal bed is of not the right height, so it doesn't allow the outflow. And then there are a whole series of again, this is indicative of the nature of infrastructure, problems in actually reaching completion with this project. And so then what you get is a kind of capitalist imaginary surrounding this canal and what can be done to Velavata if it's further expanded. And so this is, that's turned upside down. Sorry, that's gone round the other way. But you've got to imagine it the other direction. But that's the canal here. Over here is the canal in red. And this is the Kalania River. So this is north, sorry, this is north-south inverted. So, but the idea here is that the canal will go this doesn't happen to the Kalania River in this period. And so the idea here is that this will become another thriving hub of trade, that the boats will come down the river and not just go in one direction, they'll come down to Velavata, and then from Velavata, it'll go up the railway line out to the port. But this, again, is not totally possible, right? So what happens here is that land is sold. This is one of the first ways in which an urban area is developed. Land is sold from the line of the canal. And so in the Sri Lankan National Archives, there are huge numbers of documents connected to the sale in land. But this land is really unstable as people know from that area of Velavata, the land is not, so if we go on to the next one, you can kind of get a sense really of the Velavata Canal here from the 1924 postcard. It's totally different now, of course, and there are people swimming here in the Velavata Canal. I don't know that anyone would swim in the Velavata Canal right now, but you can get this idea here of the nature of the land, and so it's kind of piles. So basically this canal has been dug, and all of the stuff has been left of, coconut, the stumps of coconut trees, soil, etc. And of course, more recently, there have been problems with buildings in this area as a result of this unstable soil. And so various people complain. The other way in which this part of the Colombo is used is that there's a lot of quarrying going on here. So if you think about all the roads being laid out with metal, with rock, a lot of that rock is actually coming from Velavata. And so there's a huge amount of material here in the archive, people writing, complaining that, they're injured by flying metal being blasted in Velavata in this period. And so once again, one sees how a certain geography is created by, certain things being taken out, which then kind of give rise to what we take to be normal, which is a system of roads, until there is, of course, a fuel crisis. But really, one of the things I want to highlight here is the Velavata spinning and weaving mills, because I would argue that this is actually the kind of key indicator of how a particular kind of ecology gives rise to a certain kind of politics around the canal. And so this is a set of collage images of the Velavata spinning and weaving mills, and you can see women as well as men standing to order. On the right, you can see the canal here on the left in the middle, and then you have this column, which just reminds us really of the amount of pollution that is generated by the spinning and weaving mills, and this arguably is an origin point for the garment industry in Sri Lanka, right? So if we all know about the importance of the garment industry, but this is arguably the place, one could argue, it began. Because Colombo cloth, Lanka 1883, tweeds, drill, this is citing again, shirtings, sheetings, towels, tarpaulin tents, awning, cotton goods of many kinds are being made here. And so the workers are coming from India, partly. And so in the same period, it said that 600 people, Sinhalese, Tamil, and Mohammedan, work here. And so my sense is that the Tamil community as well as the Muslim community have links to India often. The firm itself is actually run by an Indian, a Khoja, who has land in Sri Lanka as well as in India, and so he's going between them. And very, very quickly, to kind of summarize the history of this, it's incorporated, it runs and runs and runs, of course, into the 1980s. It's only finally closed down in 1984. It's incorporated as a private company in 1949. It becomes a public company in 1957, and it's taken over by N.U. Jayawardena and nationalized in 1976. It's finally closed down in 1984. At this stage, all remaining workers were compensated with a meager one-time payment of 20,000 rupees. So right through this period, this becomes a space of sustained strike action. And this is a kind of key origin point for leftist politics in Sri Lanka. And this is tied really to the acute precarity which is generated for the workforce, who really lacked the freedom to move away from their workplaces, as was recently expertly argued by the sadly deceased Vijay Kumar Nagaraj. Quote, the housing provided by the mills was integral to holding this urban working class captive in an enclave without physical boundaries. So the sustained strike action which occurs here is tied up with the Ceylon Labor Union, which leads strikes in 1923, 1926, and 1929. And then there's a parting of ways, and we have Velavata Workers Union is formed under Colvinar de Silva, which leads to the formation of the LSSP. Later, the Communist Party of Ceylon, Peking, was also active at the mills. Now, of course, it's really striking. We see it's a story really of capitalism, because anyone who kind of goes down the banks of the canal knows that it's been converted into high-rise apartment buildings. And so effectively infrastructure has come back again in a new guise of high-rise apartments for people to live. Okay, so let me now conclude, because I think I might be kind of at time. So this lecture was an attempt really to think about Colombo as a city at the center of the Indian Ocean. It is a city which was desired and exploited by imperial and capitalist forces. In this lecture, what I've been showing you is the period around 1900 with the breakwaters and the canals. But arguably, you can actually stretch it back through time into the early modern period, and you can stretch it forward into time into our present and the protest movement as well. So this imperial intervention was environmental, and that's something I've tried to stress. This is not a stable ground. It had to be made into a stable ground for trade, migration, and residence. Yet, if this is so, this relied on infrastructural projects like breakwaters and canals, which necessitated hard regimes of work, and that work in turn generated new politics. If so, this early 20th century moment can be placed in relation to that which came before. There has, of course, been a change of gear, and we can discuss this, and perhaps the new moment is a change of gear. It shouldn't be kind of equated totally with what came before, but nevertheless, I think the repetition and cyclical nature of this is really important to consider, rather than kind of highlighting only the newness of the current moment, or the fact that this is an unprecedented situation. This repetition is to do with the placement of the island of Sri Lanka in the world, a small site which, as we saw earlier, is susceptible to being taken over by the Western mind in so many ways. A small island can be romanticized, and this is a previous argument I made, and treated as a natural unit of colonization. And if this was so, the British were narrowing the pathways which already existed. What we need then to do is to draw inspiration from how people, residents, laborers have resisted and responded to these interventions. It is this which we're seeing once again today, arguably, on the streets of Colombo and elsewhere in the island. It is still the challenge, however, to kind of understand how to kind of break out of this program of infrastructure and capitalism, and how to sort of move from the resistance into a new mode of imagining the place of Sri Lanka in the world, and also in relation to our neighbors. And that, I guess, is a challenge for scholars in the humanities and social sciences, if there's one challenge for us, because I know that I was asked to speak to that broader agenda as well, to really think through how we can kind of break out of this sort of commitment and desire for infrastructure and desire for being the hub of the world into a kind of different way of thinking about what is sustainable for people as well as for environments in Sri Lanka. And so I wish everyone well for the conference, and thank you so much for doing my slides, but also organizing Thiru, who's behind the scene, and all the other organizers as well, and Sanathanan as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for that fascinating keynote on the humans and environments in Sri Lanka. Now, I invite Ms. Erendika De Silva, lecturer attached to the Department of Linguistics and English, to introduce our second keynote speaker, Dr. Indrapala. It is unfortunate we are unable to have Dr. Indrapala in our midst today in person, but he has sent us a recorded version of his keynote address, which will be played on the screen following the introduction by Ms. De Silva.
Thank you, Nuha. So at this juncture, as we attempt to look back on 100 years of humanities and social sciences education, its trajectories, continuities, and discontinuities, it is my pleasure to introduce our next keynote speaker, Professor K. Indrapala. Professor K. Indrapala obtained his first degree in 1960 from the University of Ceylon, which is now known as the University of Peradeniya. From 1960 to 1975, he taught history at his alma mater, having obtained his PhD from the University of London in 1966. He has taught at a number of universities in his distinguished academic career. In 1975, he was appointed Foundation Professor of History in the new Jaffna campus of the University of Sri Lanka, which later became the University of Jaffna. In 1977 to 78, he was a Japan Foundation Fellow and Visiting Professor at Tokyo University of Foreign Studies, Tokyo. In 1984, he was appointed Foundation Professor of Southeast Asian Studies at the Tamil University, Thanjavur. Professor Indrapala has authored The evolution of an ethnic identity, the Tamils of Sri Lanka circa 300 BCE to circa 1200 CE, which was published in 2007, and Ancient Tamil Nadu, Glimpses of the Past, published in 2021. He has also edited the following works: The Collapse of the Rajarata Civilization in Ceylon and the Drift to the Southwest, Epigraphia Tamilica, Volume 1, Senrat Parnavitarna Commemoration Volume, and Early Historic Tamil Nadu. A Tamil version of this last work was published in Chennai early this year with the title Mun Varalara Kala Tamil Nadu. So Professor Indrapala now lives in Australia, and I'm afraid he's unable to be here with us today, but let us give him a quick round of applause, and he will deliver his keynote address shortly.
My dear friends, good day and vanakkam. It gives me great pleasure to talk to you today. It's an emotional moment for me, though I'm not one who is easily overcome by emotions. It's 38 years since I last spoke to an audience in the Jaffna University. After leaving the university, I never thought that a day will come when I would address an audience in the Jaffna University from thousands of kilometers away from the safety of my home. Such is the nature and marvel of the technological changes that have taken place since I left Jaffna. The Faculty of Arts and the Jaffna University have come a long way since then. In 2 years' time, the university will be celebrating its Golden Jubilee. In my talk, I wish to say something about the beginnings of this university and deal with the first decade of the Faculty of Humanities, which later became the Faculty of Arts. I'll be dealing with the humanities departments only. I'm glad that the faculty is celebrating 100 years of an event of national importance and staking its claim to be a national institution. As you all are gathered on this day to celebrate 100 years of humanities and social science education in Sri Lanka, I think it's not inappropriate for me to present my own humble view about that celebration. The setting up of the University College in Colombo is being taken to mark the beginnings of modern humanities education in Sri Lanka. I am not in full agreement with that view. Pardon me for beginning my talk with a note of disagreement. Almost 100 years before the opening of the University College, in 1823, the first steps were taken to introduce modern, Western-style, liberal humanities education at the tertiary level in Sri Lanka, not in Colombo, but in your locality, in Jaffna. Jaffna, I mean the Jaffna region, took the lead not only in this area of higher education, but also in Western medical training long before the Ceylon Medical College was established in Colombo. Jaffna also led the way in female education when the American missionaries founded the first girls' boarding school at Woodville. These early developments provide part of the explanation for some of the issues faced by the Jaffna society today. Let me place before you some of the facts on which I base my view. The American missionaries came to Jaffna soon after the British began their rule in Sri Lanka, early in the 19th century. They started Tamil primary schools all over the peninsula and soon felt the need to establish an institution for higher learning. And in 1823, just 25 years after the beginning of British rule in Sri Lanka, they founded the Batikota Seminary at Wattukote. Batikota was the anglicized form of the Tamil name. The humanities subjects taught in the American and European universities at that time were taught at the seminary. In addition to Greek, Latin, and Hebrew, Tamil and Sanskrit were taught in the same place. Sanskrit teaching at Oxford began later than that, in 1832, and at Harvard even later. For you to get an understanding of the nature of education imparted at the seminary, I wish to point to two things. One is a much quoted statement by British colonial administrator Sir Emerson Tennant. Tennant was the colonial secretary in Colombo, visited Jaffna in 1848 and went to see the working of the seminary. He was impressed and later wrote in his book, and I quote, "The collegiate institution at Batikota is entitled to rank with many European universities." I repeat that. the collegiate institution at Batikota is entitled to rank with many European universities. He was qualified to say that because he himself had come out of one of those universities. The second thing that I wish to point out here is an episode that will give an indication of the level of the humanities education at the Batikota Seminary and the nature of the results it produced. In 1857, the first modern universities in South Asia were established in Bombay, now Mumbai, Calcutta, now Kolkata, and Madras, now Chennai. When the University of Madras held its very first degree examination for the Bachelor of Arts, only 2 passed it to become the first graduates. Both had gone from Jaffna, and both had studied at the Batikota Seminary. One of them, C.W. Damodaram Pillai, went on to make a significant contribution to the humanities in South India. He collected ancient Tamil texts which were on the verge of getting lost, edited them, and wrote critical commentaries. And all this before U.V. Swaminatha Iyer began editing and publishing ancient Tamil texts. The humanities education started by the Batikota Seminary was continued even after it was closed. Jaffna College, which succeeded the seminary, was not just a secondary school. Interest in teaching humanities at the tertiary level continued at Jaffna College. The college became affiliated to the University of Calcutta in 1891, to the University of Madras in 1907, and to the University of London in 1921. Preparing students for the London University external degree examinations continued till the 1960s. In 1947, a separate undergraduate department was created for the degree courses with the president as its head, like in the United States. S.K. Bunker, the first president, was the last of the American missionaries who headed Jaffna College. Degree courses were conducted in this department for London University examinations until the 1960s. After that, courses were conducted for the degree examinations of the University of Ceylon until 1974. Now we all know that the government established the Jaffna campus of the University of Sri Lanka in 1974. But many may not know what really happened in 1974. There were not enough places in the university campuses to admit all the all the students who qualified for admission, and the government was under pressure to open a new campus. But the government was facing serious financial difficulties at that time. It appears to me, I have no evidence for this, but one day someone will research and find this out. It appears to me that some advisor to the government saw an easy way out, and that was to take over the undergraduate department of Jaffna College and create a new campus of the University of Sri Lanka. And so, this undergraduate department was taken over with its students, staff, and assets to form a new Jaffna campus. A school at Tirunelveli was closed down and its premises were added to the new campus. These, in brief, are the facts on which I base my view that the beginnings of modern Western-style liberal humanities education at the tertiary level in Sri Lanka go back to 1823, and that this education continued even after the closing of the Bachikota Seminary. It continued at Jaffna College until 1974, when the undergraduate department of that college became the nucleus of the new Jaffna campus, which later became the University of Jaffna. What I have said so far will also form a backdrop to the subject of my talk, which is the first decade of the Faculty of Humanities in the Jaffna campus, afterwards the University of Jaffna. I'm not going to give you a critical history of the first 10 years. My talk is a short narrative from a personal perspective of what happened and the challenges faced when the foundation was being laid for the faculty's development. As one who was intimately involved with this work, I thought of focusing on the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats that the new faculty had in its early years, what is called a SWOT analysis, partly as a personal record and partly as an experience from which something of value could be learned. I may start with the weaknesses first. Then you may be able to appreciate the strengths. As I said earlier, the establishment of the Jaffna campus was the result of a sudden decision by the government. And this meant there was no studied plan or policy for some guidance. This was the biggest weakness that the Faculty of Humanities had when it was founded. What was taken over from Jaffna College was actually a very small unit. It was not organized as a faculty. The establishment of the Jaffna campus was seen as a politically motivated action. This public perception was certainly disadvantageous to the new institution. The main political party in the north was opposed to the new campus. There were also other forces that were not in favor of the new campus. As a result of the unfavorable political atmosphere in the peninsula, the establishment of a university campus in Jaffna did not meet with the excitement and celebration that one would have expected. But this was only at the beginning, in the very first year. Very soon, the situation changed, and I'll deal with that shortly. I may, at this stage, briefly recount the sequence of events leading to the opening of the new campus. In July 1974, the Minister of Education announced that a new university campus would be established in Jaffna. At that time, all the universities in the island had been brought under one umbrella as campuses of the University of Sri Lanka. A few days after the minister's announcement, the Vice-Chancellor of the University of Sri Lanka released the news that Dr. K. Kailashpati had been selected for appointment as the president of the Jaffna campus. Kailashpati was, at that time, head of the Department of Tamil and Hindu Studies of the Vidyalankara campus, which is now the University of Kelaniya. Following a Gazette notification announcing the creation of the Jaffna campus, Kailashpati assumed duties as its first president in August. A few days later, Kailashpati met me with a shocking request. He wanted me to accept the post of Dean of the Faculty of Humanities and assist him to build the new campus. I was completely taken aback. I never had any ambition for such positions. Besides, I had fallen in love with the Peradeniya campus and never had ideas of leaving that place. And more importantly, to be honest, I was not in favor of opening another Tamil medium campus. The main reason was the fear of being left with a depleted Tamil medium staff in Peradeniya at a time when we were struggling to find qualified staff to teach in Tamil. The only strong and fully fledged Tamil medium section at Peradeniya in the Humanities, namely the Department of Tamil, was already getting depleted as a result of 3 of its PhDs leaving it to join the faculty in Colombo. I was seriously concerned about falling standards in the Tamil medium courses. Kailasapati argued that he would not be able to build a good campus if persons like me refused to help him. Giving valid reasons, he finally persuaded me to go with him to Jaffna. Flowing from the unprepared way the new faculty was established, we faced the problem of finding suitable staff. The problem was exacerbated by the need to get lectures in the Tamil as well as the Sinhala medium. As I said, the older campuses were still struggling to get adequate qualified Tamil medium staff for the humanities and social science courses. And so the lack of qualified senior staff was one of the main weaknesses of the humanities faculty when it started. When viewed in this background, the president was a source of great strength to the faculty. When Kailasapati was appointed as president, he was already a well-recognized and highly respected scholar, respected for the depth of his research. In the world of Tamil literature, he was a brilliant, original, and creative thinker and critic. For his PhD, he had done a path-breaking study of the ancient Tamil heroic poetry, which is commonly referred to as the Sangam poems, comparing it with similar Greek, Irish, Teutonic, Slavonic, Icelandic, and other heroic poems. His thesis had already been published by the Oxford University Press in England under the title of Tamil Heroic Poetry. This was a significant contribution to international scholarship. And before joining the university, Kailasapati had served as the editor-in-chief of one of the leading national Tamil dailies, the Thinagaran, and had given new directions to Tamil journalism in Sri Lanka. He stimulated serious literary activities and inspired a whole new generation of young writers who were the products of nearly a decade of complete Tamil medium education at the secondary schools. So, here we had a reputed and dedicated humanist as president to give the faculty all the necessary support. He mixed with ease with scholars and politicians. As a leader In the new campus, he was uncorrupting and incorruptible. He was what one may call politically savvy and could deftly handle any political interference. Kailasapati was appointed the first professor of Tamil in the faculty, and despite the heavy administrative duties, he helped to design the courses and took lectures in the Tamil department. He also helped the history department by taking some lectures in South Indian history. In 1977, he went on sabbatical leave to the United States, and when he returned in 1978, he served as the Dean of the Faculty of Arts until his untimely demise in December 1982. By that time, the Tamil department had emerged as the strongest in the faculty. The proper organization of the departments of the faculty began when the chairs for Tamil, Sinhala, Hindu civilization, and history were advertised and filled. The professor of Hindu civilization, Kailasanatha Kurkul, was a recognized scholar of Sanskrit with a PhD from the well-known Deccan College of Pune University. With his deep knowledge of the Hindu scriptures, he was able to organize the new department, which was the first separate department for Hindu studies in a Sri Lankan university. And he was able to lay the foundation for the development of the department. He was associated with the Sanskrit department of Peradeniya from its inception, and that experience was a source of strength to the department. The Sinhala department made a very good start with the appointment of Sucharita Gamlat, a scholar well versed not only in Sinhala but also in Pali, Sanskrit, and English, and he was one considered to be a great intellectual with a deep commitment to Sinhala-Tamil harmony. A Marxist intellectual, he was also a lexicographer who worked in his later years on a monumental English Sinhala Tamil, that is, trilingual dictionary. Above all, he was an aesthetician involved in literary debates relating to Sanskrit aesthetics and Western aesthetics. In fact, his PhD thesis, for which he worked in the University of London, was not in the field of Sinhala literature or language. It was a comparative study of Indian and Western aesthetics. It was a philosophical investigation into the nature and role of emotion in art. An advocate of the rights of minorities, he was a well-known political activist. It must not be forgotten that in later years, Gamlat was punished by the UNP government for his political opposition. Gamlat was able to persuade two like-minded young Sinhala scholars to join his department. They later became reputed directors in the world of Sinhala cinema. So it would not be an exaggeration to say that Jaffna, right at the start, had a strong and progressive Sinhala department that was ready to break new ground. As for the Department of History, I was appointed to the chair, but I had difficulties finding qualified lecturers. We had to rely on the help given by the lecturer in Sanskrit for some of the ancient Indian history courses. As I was very keen on having an archaeology unit in the department, I recruited an assistant lecturer who had a master's degree in archaeology from the University of Pune. But the situation improved a couple of years later with the transfer from Colombo of a lecturer with a master's degree in modern history. The department gained further strength with the recruitment of another archaeologist with a degree in archaeology from the University of Mysore. The only other humanities department in the faculty in 1974 was the Sanskrit department. A lecturer with a master's degree in Sanskrit had already been absorbed from the Jaffna College undergraduate department, and he took charge of the Sanskrit department. So far, I have dealt with only the academic staff of the faculty, but there was another important area in which the faculty was very strong from the very beginning. This was the library. I need to tell you how this came about. In October 1974, when we went to Tirunelveli, the Tirunelveli site, which was to be the home of the humanities faculty, there was a large empty building, the present Ramanathan block, and a smaller abandoned building, which we were told was unfit for use. I was not too worried about classrooms, but I needed a decent place for a library. We invited some civil engineers to inspect the abandoned building and found that it could be used for a few more years. We therefore decided to have that building to house the library. We were fortunate that there was a qualified and very experienced librarian who had joined us from Jaffna College. He was R.S. Thambaiya, who had a master's degree in library science from the University of Illinois in the US. Through his dedicated efforts, we soon had a good library for the faculty. I may at this point mention that the librarian was later assisted by a young British volunteer from Northern Ireland, whose services had been arranged through, I think, the British Council. This young man was the only foreigner on the staff of the Jaffna campus in its early years. Now, where did the books come from? That's another story. We had 3 major collections that were brought to fill the empty building. Each one was very valuable in its own way. The first collection came from Jaffna College. It had its origins in the Batikota Seminary, and there were many rare books in this collection. The second was Sir Ponnambalam Ramanathan's collection, which had been carted away from Parameswara College to Ramanathan College before the buildings were handed over to the university. We tracked it down to Ramanathan College and managed to bring it back to Tirunelveli. The third collection was the Senaret Parnavithana collection. Parnavithana, as you may be knowing, was the first Sri Lankan Archaeological Commissioner, and in his retirement he also served as a research professor of archaeology at Peradeniya. His collection, consisting of very valuable and rare publications on South Asian archaeology and ancient history, was sold at an auction to the Jaffna Archaeological Society, and the Jaffna campus bought it from the society. In addition, the library also had the Evelyn Ratnam collection. With all these collections, the faculty had a reasonably good humanities library in its early years. Let me now move on to the opportunities that the humanities faculty had. At this point, bear with me for switching from the first person to the third person in my narrative, so that it doesn't sound presumptuous or self-adulatory. Now, to put it simply, the establishment of a humanities faculty in Jaffna provided enormous opportunities to the faculty and the community around it. Although it was pointed out earlier that the lack of a serious plan or strategy was a notable weakness, in fact, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise to the dean of the faculty. For it gave him a free hand to implement the ideas he had in mind. Without taking too much of time and going into details, a few words about the dean may be briefly said in order to understand the ethos created in the faculty in the early years. The faculty functioned in a very unorthodox and unconventional manner. To the dean, the establishment of the Jaffna campus was a dream come true, a dream of the American missionaries in the 1820s and the dream of Sir Ponnambalam Ramanathan in the 1920s. The dean had clearly stated this in an unsigned article he wrote for the souvenir released at the opening of the campus. An idealist, he was keen that the faculty should live up to the ideals of the American missionaries and Ramanathan, and that the campus should emerge as a recognized center of higher learning, a center for intellectual pursuit and creative as well as critical thinking. And more importantly, embrace diversity. His ideas were shaped by his study of and admiration for some traditional centers of learning, especially the great medieval Islamic centers at Baghdad in the Middle East and Cordoba in Spain, the ancient Indian centers at Nalanda and Kanchi, and Rabindranath Tagore's Shantiniketan. The Islamic centers gave high recognition to Jewish and Christian scholars, eagerly sought out books in Sanskrit, Greek, Latin, Persian, and other languages, and translated them into Arabic to promote Arab learning, and functioned with a remarkable spirit of openness towards other religions. The dean wished to promote that spirit of learning without discriminatory practices. He was also a staunch feminist and an anti-caste advocate with a deep commitment to equality and liberty. In addition, he was a strong supporter of student rights. All this helped to create that ethos in which the distinctions between academic staff and non-academic staff, between the so-called minor staff and higher staff, were blurred, where there was no room for discrimination based on caste or other social differences, where women were treated with great respect. Coming to the academic area, there was freedom to leave the beaten track and move along a new path. 15 years of experience in Tamil medium instruction at Peradeniya helped to identify some of the serious shortcomings. Here was an opportunity to adopt measures to avoid these shortcomings and develop the faculty. It's not possible to go into all these in this talk, but there's one that is important, and I suspect it may still be a relevant matter. The poor knowledge of English among the students enrolling for humanities subjects affected their ability to read journals and reference books and brought down the quality of their degrees. And, unsurprisingly, their general knowledge was also poor. It was therefore decided to introduce 3 compulsory courses for all students in the faculty, namely Basic English, Basic Mathematics, and a general knowledge course called the Compendious course, for want of a better name. To give the faculty a broad focus, emphasis was laid on South Asian studies. A faculty journal was started with the name Sri Lanka Journal of South Asian Studies. A specialized reference section was set aside in the library with the name South Asia Room, which brought together publications, especially research publications and journals on South Asia. And more importantly, a forum for special lectures was started with the name of South Asian Studies Seminar. Several well-known foreign scholars like Professor Howard Riggins of the Columbia University, who was at that time the American ambassador in Sri Lanka, Professor A.K. Ramanujan from the University of Chicago, and even artists like the famous sitarist Ravi Shankar addressed the seminar. In addition, an annual seminar on South Asian epigraphy was held in collaboration with the Jaffna Archaeological Society, and every year the chief guest was from the Peradeniya campus or the Department of Archaeology. They included Professor P.E.E. Fernando, the professor of Sinhala at Peradeniya and a well-known Sinhala epigraphist, Professor O.H.T.A. Vijayasekara, who was professor of Sanskrit at Peradeniya, Dr. Saddamangala Karnaratna, the Commissioner of Archaeology, and also some epigraphists from the Tamil Nadu Department of Archaeology. I said earlier that the establishment of the faculty provided opportunities to the community around us as well. Although there were suspicions and antagonism towards the campus initially. Within a year, the faculty was able to win the goodwill of the community. In the seminars I mentioned earlier, the South Asian Studies seminar and the Epigraphy seminar, more than half participants were from the community. The president, the dean, and other staff were invited as chief guests at school functions, especially prize givings and end of year dinners. The faculty even organized a series of lectures for the benefit of teachers and other interested members of the community. The dean was keen that the faculty should give intellectual leadership to the community. The faculty also inspired several able teachers to enroll for master's degree programs. Members of the community helped the faculty to collect archaeological artifacts as well as archival material. Some helped to identify vacant land near the campus to purchase for its expansion. As I've already taken a lot of time, I need to move on to say something about the threats faced by the faculty. The dean aimed at building a faculty that embraced diversity, a place where cultural interaction would take place. In the background of the deteriorating ethnic relations in the country, he felt that the faculty could be an example of ethnic harmony. A brief mention of some of the events that reflect this policy may be adequate. In 1975, when the first batch of Sinhala and Tamil medium students were welcomed at a meeting in Ramanathan Hall in the presence of the Vice Chancellor, the Dean addressed the students in Tamil, Sinhala, and English. This was perhaps the first time that the Dean of a faculty in a university in Sri Lanka had addressed incoming new students in all three languages. When the first Faculty Students' Union was formed and elections for the committee announced, there was feverish interest in the various posts. The dean found that the contest was going on ethnic lines. He had discussions with the leaders. The result was a unanimously elected committee. Events were also organized to promote cultural interaction. One such event was a campfire under the large shady tree near the entrance to the campus. Students and staff sat around the fire that night and sang folk songs in Sinhala and Tamil. These included songs from Sarachandra's famous folk drama Manami. But there were threats, both internal and external, to this spirit of harmony. The most serious threat came from the national political environment. The tensions generated by the general election of 1977 led to the closure of the Sinhala medium section in the faculty. There were also other areas in which the dean went against the trend. He was keen not to allow some of the unhealthy traditions that had developed in the other campuses to take root in the Jaffna faculty. One such thing was the ugly tradition of ragging. He held the view that this was a human rights violation that went against the grain of South Asian traditional culture, in which welcoming strangers and showing hospitality was an essential element. So it was indeed a pleasant sight to see in the early years when senior students welcomed new students and guided them to their reception in Ramanathan Hall. But there was always the threat of some sections of the senior students introducing this unhealthy practice. Slowly, ragging raised its ugly head. As the new campus was far away from the metropolis, it was feared that various forms of parochialism could be a threat. With the departure of the Sinhala medium students, the faculty staff and students were mainly from Jaffna. In the latter part of the first decade, there was a notable presence of students from the eastern province and a few from the central province. There were also some Muslim students, but regional and religious differences did not create any serious problems at that time. Talking of parochialism, I want to tell you an anecdote which I think is food for thought. A few years ago, a young relative of mine, after completing his studies at the Monash University in Australia, decided to visit Jaffna and see various places. When he came to see the University of Jaffna, he was told at the security post at the main entrance that he won't be allowed to enter because he was dressed in short pants. He learned from someone else that this was a rule imposed by students. When he told me this, I was horrified. This in the 21st century. I'll give you another anecdote to compare and draw your own conclusions. The year is 1931. 1931. The British Empire is at the height of its power and expansion. It is the largest and the most powerful empire the world had ever seen. The place is London, Buckingham Palace. The season, bitterly cold autumn. The two men in my anecdote, George V, King of the United Kingdom, Emperor of India, head of the mighty British Empire, and grandfather of the present monarch, Queen Elizabeth II. The other man, Mahatma Gandhi, a leader of the non-violent nationalist movement in India fighting for independence. Gandhi was in London with an Indian delegation to discuss independence. He was invited, along with the other members of the delegation, by Emperor George for a tea party at the Buckingham Palace. The dress code specified in the invitation was morning dress. There was much speculation in the press as to what Gandhi would wear. As you surely know, Gandhi's dress was a dhoti, what we call a verti, worn in such a way that the legs below the knee are exposed, what in Jaffna we may call koduku cut. And with that, a cotton shawl thrown round the shoulder, and also a pair of slippers. Dress that Gandhi wore actually provoked a comment from Winston Churchill, the Prime Minister of Britain during the Second World War. He described Gandhi as a half-naked fakir, which was rendered in Tamil at that time as an Arai Nirvana Pakiri. Gandhi went to the emperor's tea party in the same dress. He was not turned away at the palace gates. The emperor met him. Gandhi had a chat with him and with Queen Mary, and Gandhi left the party early. The world press reported this with excitement. The New York Times reported the news with the heading, I quote, "Gandhi in loincloth meets King and Queen." Gandhi in loincloth meets King and Queen. The Time magazine reported that Gandhi was, I quote again, wearing a loincloth and a shawl of homespun. Wearing a loincloth and a shawl of homespun. If what my relative told me was true, I worry that it may be a symptom of a deeper malaise. In the climate of sectarian hatred that is developing in South Asia today, cultural vigilantism could be a serious threat to liberal humanities education. Such vigilantes can stop the cultural degeneration that goes by the name of ragging. They really can, but they don't, and they won't. Getting back to the academic sphere, there were some worrisome threats. It's not possible to go into all these, but I would like to point out one, for it may still be a matter of great concern. The Dean was concerned about the threat of inbreeding that could jeopardize academic excellence. Except for the heads of departments, most members of the academic staff were young assistant lecturers with only their Tamil medium degrees, first degrees. They were entitled to go overseas and obtain postgraduate degrees, but when the Dean persuaded them to go to overseas universities, there was some resistance. Only a very few went to foreign universities. From the humanities departments, one went to Maharashtra, another to Tamil Nadu, but both were English medium graduates. The tendency was to pursue their postgraduate work in the Tamil medium within the faculty under the guidance of the same teachers who taught their undergraduate courses. Such inbreeding was certainly not conducive to the healthy development of the faculty. I think I've taken too much of your time. I've talked about the last 200 years of humanities education. Before I wind up, a word about the future may not be out of place. One cannot even think of the next 100 years, but we may ponder about the next decade. There is already much discussion in the West about the future of the humanities. It is being argued that the vast and rapid technological advancements that are taking place today will lead to a very significant evolutionary change to the human being. We started making tools to make our life easier. Today, we are on the verge of surrendering ourselves to our tools. I would like to quote an American academic who has been writing about the indispensability of the humanities in the 21st century. And I quote this from him. Through technologies such as bionics, transgenesis, robotics, genetic engineering, and artificial intelligence, Homo sapiens might be enabled to transcend its former limits and usher in an era of transhumanism. The relevant question is, what do we want to be? Enhancement technologies will make us more robotic and less human. We must treasure the advantages of our distinctly human capacities and resist the prospect of empowering ourselves to become automatons. Developing an understanding of the most insightful ideas and cultivating an appreciation of the greatest creative works that humankind has produced will be crucial for maintaining our humanity. End quotes. Your faculty has faced serious challenges ever since its establishment. The technological advancements, no doubt, add to these challenges. The political turmoil is not over yet. The world is entering a new era in its history, when Asia again is in the ascendant. In this new era, there is the opportunity for your faculty to emerge as a coveted center of learning and to make valuable contributions to international scholarship. I wish you well and thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. We learnt a lot from your talk about the vision of those who pioneered humanities and social science education at our university. Not just that, but we also learned the importance of the vision to our present moment. Your dedication, hard work, and your services in the field of education truly deserve a special honor. And I think this is the right time to express that gratitude. So, ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly request you all to please stand and give a standing ovation to Dr. Indrapala. Thank you, everyone. We now reach the end of the inaugural session. Let me humbly invite Mrs. Abhirami Rajkumar, Secretary, Maanudam 2022, to deliver the word of thanks.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, Conference Chair, Convener of the Conference, Keynote Speakers, former Vice Chancellors, Deans, Council Members, Professors, Heads of the Departments, Academic and Administrative Staff, Presenters, Well-wishers and Participants. Good evening all. On behalf of the Conference Committee of the Maanudam Research Conference, I am glad to be standing here to propose my vote of thanks. Maanudam Research Conference 2022 is a prestigious event organized with a motivation to provide an excellent platform for the academicians, educators, researchers, and students to exchange and share their research findings with the wider academic community. It also provides the premier forum for researchers, academicians, and educators to present and discuss the most recent innovations, trends, and concerns, practical challenges encountered, and the solution adopted in the fields of humanities and social sciences. First of all, I would like to thank our respected Vice Chancellor of the University, Professor S. Satkunaraja, for gracing occasion with his presence and inspiring words. Sir, thank you very much for your guidance and motivation to accomplish this mission successfully. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our keynote speakers, Dr. K. Indrabala, former Professor of History, University of Jaffna, Professor Suji Sivasundaram, Faculty of History, University of Cambridge. They have readily accepted our invitation and shared their valuable thoughts with us. I am grateful to the international advisory community for their contribution to this special occasion. I express my sincere thanks to the invited intellectuals contributed to the plenary sessions and the special sessions from other universities. I extend my sincere thanks to all the invited dignitaries, former Vice Chancellors, former Deans of the Faculty of Arts, the Deans of the other faculties, professors, council members, the heads of the departments, and all the academic and administrative staff who are present here. I thank our Dean of the Faculty of Arts, Professor K. Sudhakar, for encouraging and guiding us to conduct this event successfully. I am very grateful to our Deputy Director, Deputy Registrar, Faculty of Arts, Mrs. A. Shivaneshwaran, for being supportive to us in all possible ways beyond her responsibility. I would like to appreciate the valuable support given by the Bursa of the University, Registrar of the University, and the Deputy Registrar of the Administration. I extend my sincere thanks to all the donors whose timely help made this conference successful. I am thankful to all non-academic staff, especially the administrative staff and academic supporting staff for assisting us in many ways. I am extremely happy to thank to all the reviewers of the research papers. I have obligated to the media of Vice Chancellor's Office and staff of the Department of Media Studies for their support and media coverage. I would like to thank Mr. Swaneshan for animation and editing. I am grateful to the demonstrator and the students of Media Studies for photography. I extend my thanks to all the local newspapers and media for the attention for the conference. On behalf of the organizing committee, I thank Mr. S. Gobidas and his accompanied musicians and the students of the Department of Music for the violin concert. I extend my thanks to the staff and the students of the Department of Drama and Theatre for the inaugural music and performance. I thank the Chief Engineer and the staff of Maintenance Division for ensuring uninterrupted power supply and water supply. The real heroes of the conference are the members of the various committees of MRC 2022. I wholeheartedly appreciate and thank the hard work put forth by each and every member of the communities to make this conference a reality. I thank you all the student volunteers and well-wishers for assisting us in all possible ways. Finally, I would like to thank all you present here for making the time to be with us today and helping us make this event a grand success. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, madam. It's now time for a musical feast. We have with us students and staff from the instrumental section of the Department of Music to entertain us with a soulful music performance. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to make an announcement that the conference dinner will also be served simultaneously till the music program begins. So those who want to make it on time can have the dinner and rejoin. Thank you. If music is life, then for some, the violin is its soul. So the first performance of the musical program is the violin concert Swara Sanjaram, directed by Mr. S. Govidas and played by the students of the Instrumental Unit, Department of Music. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for them. Thank you for that mesmerizing performance. Next up is the Viralize musical program by Mr. S. Gobidas and team. That was a mesmerizing musical feast to our ears and soul. Thanks to Mr. Gobidas and his accompanying musician for this wonderful musical performance. Now, I would like to call upon our Vice Chancellor, Professor Sri Satkunaraja, and our Dean of the Faculty of Arts, Professor K. Sutakar, to facilitate the musicians. I may ask each and every musician to come and collect your certificates. I'll start with Mr. S. Gobidas for his wonderful violin performance. Okay. So the accompanying musicians are Mr. S. Kamalatas for playing Miradangam, Mr. V. Vasant for playing Miradangam, Mr. K. Ravishankar for playing Gadam, Mr. V. Rahavan for playing Ganjira, Mr. S. Senduran for playing Mosing, Mr. T. Twarakan for playing keyboard. I also request the students from the Department of Music to come and collect your certificates. I'll start with Taraniha Kirubhaskaran, Rasharatnam Nirojan, Pavitra Raghunathan, Barmini Nagendran, Sajipana Jayasingam, Gopida Ranjan, Sandhya Sanmohanathan, Vyurika Jayakandan, Shobhana Pushparasa, Logita Lingeshwaran, Vijay Darshini Raman, Nirojini Logaraja, Najvini Turairasa, Kijani Palakandan, Shri Priya Karnan, Mayuri Masilamani, Jeevitha Kanagalingam, Sindhuja Kaneshwaramurthy, and Lensana Uday Kannan. Oh no, இன்னும் இருக்கு. Okay. I also call Mr. S. Gobidas to come and collect his award. And that concludes our inaugural session of the Maanudam Research Conference 2022. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your presence. Till we meet you tomorrow for the second day session, a very goodbye for now. Stay safe and have a wonderful evening. Thank you.